It's happening. It's happening. Hey, Lucius. What's going on? The happening has indeed become the now. Yes. What are words? So I was thinking to myself, there's a lot of dialogue in this game, right? Oh. I don't remember what our dialogue was. Up we go, I suppose. You're now somewhat higher up than we were, mistress. Of course we are. We're inside the citadel. This is the main courtyard. There are alleys leading off in all directions. It's easy to get lost up here. Oh, that was 6 talking. Sorry. Have you lost robots up here before, mistress? This gate has been locked as long as I can remember. I think he has been lost somewhere. Roy and I used to climb over it. I lost 3 up here as it happens, but 3 had lost itself long before that. I wonder how sentient the robots are. That's the thing no one tells you about robots. They don't work properly. They're fragile. I am not fragile, mistress. I require nothing. I'm not sure I believe that. I have been here before. You're going to love it. I do not think I like it. Good faith to you. Farwet. How goes things? All fire and no smoke, as they say. Thank you. Walk with the goddess, or die in Iox, I don't care. Wow, rude. Horai's yard is this way.
On Elbereth, you could buy anything for any purpose.
Strong as oxen. Dependable. Sheep. Mistress? What is that this lady selling? Can't you tell? This is a slave market. You must have known 6. Yes, mistress. But knowing something exists and witnessing it have different effects on my programming. Everyone's programming is like that. Have you been here before, mistress? I grew up here. Oh god. One moment. Excuse me. Jeez. Were that the robot required nothing, it would mean that it effectively has a built-in, never-ending energy supply. Yep. Oh. Sorry about that. Sneezes come out of nowhere. Now come on. I'm gonna try and get back to her canon voice. You're lost, Farwet? My name isn't Farwet. You look like a Farwet to me. And you bought a Maya mech with you. A robot here. You've got keen eyes, trader. Ha! The soapstone still has a spark. Tell me, soapstone. Who are you to bring a Maya mech down here? What good are the metal things to anyone? Perhaps you're hoping to start a riot? I'd rather my servant wasn't a person. Typical selfishness. Your kind won't be happy until only the Mayamek can eat. You don't look underfed to me. Forward, Saluha. Is it Salhua? Salhua. Saluhua. Oh, no, okay.
Oroi was my oldest friend. We'd grown up in the orphanage together.
This is like Microsoft Metaverse?
But I had left Elbereth and she had stayed.
No legs. The whole area is Oroy's, I think. She's useful, and people like to give her space. There was an answering clatter from behind the door. What do we do now? Now we wait for Oroi to finish whatever she's doing in there and come to see who we are. All right. What do you want? Oh, it's you. You seem well? I do all right. So, you're here to dump another broken robot on me? I hoped you could fix that robot. Sure. You made out like it was dented, not fried. What's wrong with this one? Nothing. Yet. Well, I can't wait for you to dump its remains on me. Watch your back, robot. That's my advice. My role is to watch Mistress Aaliyah's back. What do you want, Aaliyah? I was having a good day.
We'd been friends. Once.
I was gonna say, you don't seem like friends very much longer. I don't know, Lovell. This seems to have legs. The robot definitely has legs. It's only when we're moving that our legs are vanishing. Still, it's good to see you're in one piece. Why wouldn't I be? I know the strain you put on yourself. Have you heard any rumors about unknown sites? I'm an engineer, not whatever it is you are. Did you fix that robot I sold you? No. Whatever it lost out there, it was really gone. I ended up borrowing a few internals for my collection. Disgusting. How's your family? My son is fine. My daughter, that's another story. What happened to your daughter? My daughter thinks she is in love. Is she? She's a child, Aaliyah. How old is she now? You know perfectly well how old she is, and she's not old enough. How are things here? Slow enough. Oh wow, okay.
Nothing.
And what about this? I wonder how business is going. The alms tray looks pretty empty.
But I think she was ignoring me.
Seems like it. I have no idea what these things do. Leroy's always playing around with magnets and wires and things. So, I have a lot of questions about the robots. What are the robots is the big one. Are they actually people or sentient? Or, I mean, Six seems to have some level of sentience about him. He knows what he is. He has opinions about things, and he can express them. Should we leave now, mistress? Let's go, I guess. Be ready, mistress. And so we left the surface of Elbereth. Aboard the Nightingale. We could otherwise sail to Iox and tell Mayari what we've learned so far about Renba. Or we could go to the Heart of the Cyclones, which I kind of want to do. It's beautiful enough, but that doesn't explain what Renba is doing with it. For some reason, this is giving you Eastshade vibes. Did I ever end up adding Eastshade to my list? Look out there. It seems to go on forever. Mistress? Look out there, Six. Oh, what are the rivers, Sticks? There's Six. Flows of oxygen, hydrogen, ice. Their velocity keeps them coherent. It's like they're going somewhere, the rivers. But they never do go anywhere. They just cycle around and round. Yeah, I'm curious about the rivers. Let's take to the river. I will ready the ropes, mistress. What is Eastshade about? Okay, so we can go to the Eye of the Cyclone. Oh god, this is going to take a while. We might as well figure out what's up with the Eye of the Cyclones, though. This is where Jiniki Renba was supposedly able to hide something. I've never heard of it, actually. I think you were the first person to tell me about it. Rip. Oh, and what's that? What request 6? I request that we never return to Elbereth, mistress. I find it very difficult to endure. I'm sorry, 6. can't promise we won't go back. Mistress. We are like some giant cosmic jellyfish just florping our way through the ocean. I love the idea of this. We will need to turn right shortly, mistress. Each shade is a relaxing painting exploration somewhat RPG game. I guess that best describes it. Oh, something that you might be interested in, Lucius. I ended up adding a game called Eternal Senia to the list of games. So you were really dug out of a wall on Iox? I believe I was removed from a wall. The exact events are hazy. Probably. Yeah, it sounds like something I'd do. Mistress, there's some kind of shipwreck some distance away on the right side of the river. Really? How does such a fine robe come to be from somewhere like this? Center of a hurricane. The robe was no doubt made somewhere else, mistress. It merely lay here for some time. The wreck here appears to date from ancient times.
The robot hoppered away.
I will investigate, mistress.
And I was alone. Then it came back.
I recovered a metal candle holder embossed with an image of a circle. It must have come from somewhere close to here. Oh, I didn't see what it said. This is 2 words, not 1. But where does one word end and the other start? Looks like a Final Fantasy inspired game. I've been told it's very good. It's also free. But I've been meaning to stream it for a very long time because I hear it has a fantastic story that will make you cry. And you know what? I can appreciate that. What game are you thinking of adding this time, Lucius? I think the mountains shapes end up denoting some sort of land outside the Empire, which is why when you see Pilgrim or Rebel, they show up like that. Same devs as Abzu. I don't quite know what I'm doing here. Impossible. Do you want to try 6? I can try, mistress, if you are certain. Mistress, I can indeed sail. But from here we are in uncharted waters. Six. How long were you buried on Iox? I have no idea, mistress. I do not remember it. Oh, that's the eye. That must be it, right? We have reached uncharted waters, mistress. And you don't know why you were buried? No, mistress. I can only assume that I was not needed. Perhaps robots were not trusted. Perhaps, mistress. Though I have observed robots to be both predictable and more kind than humans. We are indeed in a rapid. Look out there, Six. It is indeed It is indeed beautiful, mistress. I didn't even know Renba sailed. I didn't know that anyone on IX did, really. It's really hard to tell who's speaking in these sections. But here he was, exploring the wilds. It is most curious, mistress. Vicinity of the Eye of the Cyclones. One wonders what he was looking for. Available data suggests the Eye of the Cyclones is somewhere nearby. The music is definitely pretty. Very calming. Kind of gives me Legend of Zelda vibes of all things. 6? What happened to the river? I do not know, mistress. We are hardly sailing, but we are moving. cannot see which way to turn at this branch, mistress. We will have to choose one and explore. I see it. There's something up ahead. A moon? There is air, but no upriver, mistress. We will need to leave the ship here and hop her down. Please do not be alarmed. It is no different from the Elbereth Gate. How you doing, Skelly? Good to see you again. I believe you're not new here. I think I've seen you here before. Will Renba be waiting for us here in the center of the storm?
The hopper fired, and for a moment I was gone. Not aboard the Nightingale, not on the moon beneath. It could have been a heartbeat or an hour. But I didn't feel the cold until I reappeared.
A pile of rocks, mistress, smashed together by the waves. It seems Janiki had a taste for places like this. I wonder why. I can't actually do her voice. This way, then. I hope you'll be pleased to see us. I don't think we will find... do you think we'll find him? I prefer to believe that we will. I would like to meet him again. I do not remember him well, but I bear him no ill will. Perhaps Renba is waiting for us just around the corner. We can hopper him back to the Nightingale. And this chapter of my life will be done. Oh, it's never going to be that simple. Perhaps, mistress. Perhaps. We can only hope. Hold it. 6. What's that?
Here, in the middle of the hurricane, there was a house. It was fine. Tucked in below the overhanging rock. Wooden beams, mud brick walls, shutters. Large enough for 2 families to argue over. It would have been measly on Iox and grand on Elbereth. But here, it was impossible.
Someone built this? Buildings do not occur naturally, mistress. Thanks, 6. Hold up. This is just so many games you're very tempted to add to the list, but you will not do it. Do it for one reason or the other. Oh, you're still tempted to add before your eyes. Yeah, I've heard of that one. I hope we can ask him, mistress. So are robots capable of hope? Certainly. We calculate odds, of course. But even the most unlikely outcomes must always eventually occur. Hope is a mathematical certainty. It's an interesting way to look at it, actually. It's a bit of a drop. So do not fall, mistress. No, jump instead. I like that. The mathematics do not care whether you like it or not, mistress. That's the beautiful thing about mathematics. They are a certainty. I could vault over the wall here. Please, mistress. The floor beyond would only give way beneath you. The floor looks like stone to me, 6. So it is heavy and more likely to fall. Do you see any other way in? No, neither do I. Here goes. The floor seems sound enough. 6. Where did the robot go? I've heard of fade to silence, yeah. 6. So a robot's
The
abandoned me
ghosts
for
were still
once.
here, cooking, reading, doing whatever ghosts do. The house was empty, but it hadn't been abandoned.
Just don't look down, Aaliyah. I'd better go and find where 6 got to. Look at this place, Aaliyah. No one would live here. They couldn't. There's an inscription here. It's old, barely visible. Scratched into the plaster. That one I've never heard of. Itora? Is that how you say it? So we know Emperor is correct. And I'm still trying to figure out what this weird loopy symbol is. Acolyte, maybe? Goddess, stranger, death, or beloved. All nouns. That's too extensive for a simple conjunction. Let's do acolyte, guarded, beloved. Banished, emperor, or soul. No. I think I'm going to stick with beloved here. It's a beautiful example of script. The angle is interesting too. Scratched by someone lying down. You have talked about Pray to the Gods. I did actually do a stream of that ages ago. Why build something as big as this out here? Who is it for? Locked. Or blocked. Or both. Oh god. Hi! How you doing, Milorthy? It is good to see you intact, mistress. How did you get down from that arch? I could not climb over the wall, so I drove myself out off the cliff edge. Once I had dug myself out of the sand, I found a door. That makes sense. Now I know you understand why I keep losing robots. They're always doing stupid stuff like that. Yeah, I enjoyed it well enough. That was back when it was still in early access. I decided to take a chance on it. It didn't disappoint me exactly, but I found a little bit lackluster compared to Shadow of the Colossus. I wasn't really a fan of the survival mechanics. because they just seem to be thrown in there for the sake of having survival mechanics. What have you heard about this game, Malarthy? Can't you guess, 6? I am appalled. They just keep giving me more. I don't know why my RE wanted me to take you with me. The professor cares about your safety. I can handle myself. Perhaps Master Renba had the same thought, mistress. Rude. I wonder if this door is jammed. Or if it might open. It fully released about a year ago now, and you do agree the survival aspects were thrown in more so for the sake of having it, having more game, but they do still work well, albeit sometimes not as good as what it could. I don't know. I don't really feel like they added anything. Look at this. Swirls and flows. Like the rivers? Yeah, these are rivers. The detail. Who lived here? Who drew this? These look like the rivers of Ghost's Wake. But no one goes to Ghost Wake. Okay, I guess I'll be going to Ghost Wake. Is there an inscription? It seems so. Symbols in the ancient script. I might be able to... Ah, goddammit. This one is a phrase run together. There must be a symbol for the rivers. Oh, wait, no, hold up. These are probably the rivers themselves. The mountain and then the river below it. Because that's how the rivers appear when we're sailing it. Like mountains poking out of rivers. But what's this then? I'm still not quite sure. What I'm supposed to do with these. I just don't have enough information, I think. This is definitely a map. But not of this place. Somewhere else. Well, time to leave. Unless there's more. Let's take a bit more of a look around the house. Maybe we can find something. Another cot. I found one just like this on the floor above. Someone grew too old or too ill to climb back upstairs. So they made a bed down here instead. Someone died right here, mistress. You're sure? The evidence is minor but significant. A person laying on the floor here for some time after death. Renba? No. Whoever died here died scores of years ago. The lack of moisture on this moon has preserved the traces. But they are old. So where are the bones? The person who lay in state here was only removed recently. Are you saying Janiki took them? What remained of them? Someone did. That's horrid. Why would he do that? I am unsure, mistress. Something must have led him to this place. There must have been something here that he needed. That's even more horrid. Yes. Yes, it is. There's an inscription up here. More symbols. What's that last one? The double lightning bolt here is a new symbol for me. I haven't seen that. I've seen single lightning bolts. Fire? Water like the rivers. Water flow reclaims fire. This is a fireplace after all. Perhaps they were afraid of it burning the house down. I suppose that one makes sense. A fire poker. Is it worth anything? Unlikely. It is old iron, nothing more. We'll bring it with us. This looks interesting. Beautifully made. Much nicer than anything else here. Another game that you beat ages ago, The Stillness of the Wind. You would have guessed Water Goddess blesses fire. Maybe? I think the last one is definitely fire. That symbol's too unique and it only appears here. Another of Renba's boxes? A box, yes. But this one is far older than Renba. I think it's a reliquary. A place to put your belongings when you die. The idea is you get them back when you return. Do people often return from death, mistress? The loop says everyone returns from death, so long as their soul gets back to the rivers. And what do you believe, mistress? It's a comforting idea. I can see why people choose to believe. Perhaps you require more evidence. I would say that. Open it up then, 6. Not locked, mistress, but stiff. And I lack fingers for leverage. You don't have an attachment for prying? Something you can stick into your arm sockets? My first robot had those. Perhaps I could find something on your ship. I'll try the iron poker. I might be able to snap the lock. Mistress, is it moving? It's definitely shifting. Here goes then. Let's see.
And there it was, just lying there. the greatest treasure I ever found.
Thick. Look at this.
From inside the coffer, from the distant past of the nebula's once great empire.
Incredible.
It was a crown.
The eagle and sun motif. Just like Janiki's brooch. The mark of the empire. Could this crown be... could this be the crown of Iox itself? What's this crown doing here? Did someone steal it? Hide it here, but never collect? That seems most unlikely, mistress. There's something written on it. I'm going to have to guess the whole thing. Yeah, okay, same water. Empire's rivers of light? We sail forever? I think that's correct. Or it's close. A workbench. Whoever lived here would have needed to be self-sufficient. Then they would have needed water, mistress. Is this crown what Mayari wanted us to find? Is this why she sent us out looking? Renbatu, perhaps. Mistress. I will have to tell her, mistress. Her motives hardly matter. I suppose that's true. And I guess this is where you came in. Let's go back up. Oh, what's this? There's something up here. A blade? A dagger. A little corroded, but beautifully crafted. And with an eagle and sun on the hilt. And has some etched tiny characters in ancient script. One of those is Emperor. I just need to split these up. Oh, so is that how it works? Empress's fire. That one's closer. We have a better idea of what's going on here. Something's gone wrong. I must have used the wrong words. This doesn't feel right. I'm feeling confident about my translation of fire. Oh, so is this how we... Okay, I was wondering how we end up checking. Empire's fire. Can we go back through some of the older inscriptions? I will wait for you down here, mistress. I cannot climb stairs. Yeah, you really are kind of useless, 6. Solvable inscriptions. We don't really have much here. Okay, that's definitely an of. Temple Home Farm, I think. Empire's Holy Light. Stars, I think, is a better way to describe it. Okay, now that I know how these work, we can go back and translate some of these. So not grasp, then. Bless us, guard us, or love us. I think bless is closer. Well, we're definitely getting a couple more. Oh, we have a better idea of when the candle holder was built now. Hold up. Buried or try that. Let's take another look at this. Blesses Flo's soul. I think it's we citizens pray, actually, now. Now this one we have to split apart, and we have a better idea of how this works. I hope it's fascinating. I'm enjoying this, actually. Trickle light. There's not really that much else. I think that's the closest we're going to get. As is out, so that's going to be part of a larger word. So trickle is wrong. What about light? Is light correct? Holy light. Okay, that's better. We're getting a little bit more. So that might be sail. I don't see how blesses is related to this. I guess the first section. Sing towards holy light. Let's go with that. That's the best we can do right now. So this was on a hefty leather-bound book. Book of Every Soul? Since we ended up taking away the Pilgrims one, this may not end up being... Should old or ancient... Flow, holy, or light. Knowledge, river. River seems like it would fit better there. Although it doesn't have the word for water in there anyway. So maybe that's wrong. I've kind of been taking this symbol, the one in front here, to have something to do with the empire. So the empire, pretty much all the words with the empire have that same symbol. And the empire itself is holy. I think soul might actually be about right. Now this one I'm curious about. Maybe every is correct. And what about this one? So this one over here, this is the metal candle holder. I still think that this is blessed. Okay. And then there's the dagger over here. Let's take one last look at it. This is too big of a word. I think that this one probably ends up getting broken up at some point again. But it's hard to tell. Okay. I think that's everything that we can do here. What was back here? Oh, right. What about this door? I could slip through here. Are you always this adventurous, mistress? I'm finding it quite exhausting. You'll cope somehow.
In the yard behind the house, there were tools. Plots of earth, washing hung out to dry. It was like the owner had slipped inside for a quick rucker before they came back to chop more wood. Someone had been building a life on this miserable rock.
Garden beds. Something must have been able to grow here once, though I can't see how. I don't think Janiki found the crown. So why did he come here if not for the crown? Did he live here for a bit? There's sign of recent habitation, though. Bone dry. Okay. Well, shoot.
After the dead air of the house, it was good to see the sky again.
We have collected 2 promising artifacts here, the dagger and the crown. Also, we have pinpointed one new location of interest, the site from the mural. I suggest we take the crown to Professor Mayari directly. We must also inform her of our theories about Renba. May I activate the hopper now? Soon. I want to see what's over here. I want to know who lived here, died here, and what happened to Renba. There's an inscription. You know, honestly, now I'm kind of excited to see inscriptions because they give me a chance to figure out whether one of my words is correct or not. You have cracker chip strip things. What is a chip strip? Mechanicals? I believe you can be confident of your translation for emperors. Or forever. There's only one word still to resolve. I think that this word or this symbol designates some sort of disaster. So, feared? Emperors? Here. Ritz called them toasted chips. What were the emperors doing out here? According to legend, the last emperor disappeared after Iox fell. He didn't die there with everyone else. Are you suggesting he came here? A stone pedestal. With someone in it. A local goddess? There are no people here to believe in anything, mistress. Someone brought this figure with them. This should tell us something about this place. It's been written on, too. It's impossibly small. See, this is why I'm happy to see inscriptions. They give me confirmation on words that I've guessed at. Trickle, bless. No, that's not right. But bless might be. Imagine believing in words. Okay, so this is a single symbol. That's really surprising. I've not seen anything even close to this. I'm guessing plants. Goddess bless plants? That makes sense. The shrine itself is made of stone. But it's not the same stone as the moon itself. Is it as old as the building? The outer structure is, certainly. But the stone pillar, no. The buildings here are significantly older than the pillar. How old would you say the pillar was? Mid to late Empire period, mistress. Moving it to the moon must have been difficult. A treasured an important ritual object? Obviously, it is significantly more valuable than the goddess we found within. Can you tell where it's from? Not immediately, mistress. Is this channel natural? I don't think it is. Dug out. There must be a wellspring here. A feeble one. One that requires every drop to be used. Water would have run down the channel, right past the house. Imagine having a stream of your own. Not a bad way to live. If you can withstand the soul-crushing loneliness. Someone lived out here. They irrigated the land, prayed, here, in the eye of the cyclones. Some kind of hermit. That's not a bad idea. A hermitage, maybe. And they had plants here, too. I can barely see the river above. And yet, there's something here. Which makes me wonder, what else is out here waiting to be found? Mistress, please. We should not linger. If anything were to go wrong out here, we would never be found. Someone would come looking for us. We're out here looking for Janiki, aren't we? Janiki is Mayari's friend. Janiki is Mayari's friend. Are you? Robot is surprisingly interested in getting back to the ship. Honestly, I have no idea. What's that smell? By all the moons and waters. That is a crashed river ship. To think we would have missed this. Can we be sure this was Janiki's ship? No, mistress. But the circumstantial evidence is very strong. You recall the propellant of the tool chest. There are further traces here. The fire here must have burned a lot of air. The remaining atmosphere is thin, mistress. Still, I believe the fire was extinguished before it consumed the whole ship. I suppose. I always assumed we would find Renba. I don't know. That he was expecting us somewhere. Perhaps you can take the matter up with Renba in his next life, mistress. So what do we do now? Return to Iox and inform Professor Mayari, mistress. Poor Mayari. I'm sure she was hoping we'd find him. Blackened. Presumably the ship was still burning as it fell. This was the hull. It must have been an explosion, mistress. Enough to be seen on Mency. And Janiki himself. Mistress, there is no hope. Janiki must have been sailing when it fell. He cannot possibly have survived. What I can't figure out is, what was Renba doing finding ancient sites? He must have been following some kind of trail, mistress. But now that trail begins, and where it was leading him, most unclear. Or how that trail begins, sorry. Is there another way down? There might be more clues down there. I do not believe it would be wise, mistress. Indeed, I believe it would be quite the opposite. Perhaps he was looking for more robots. IOX must be running low, especially since they keep giving them to you. Especially since they keep giving them to you. Yeah, she keeps losing them. There's something wedged under here. Seems to have survived the fire. Please don't be an arm. It's not an arm. A decorative telescope. It looks like it dates from at least the earliest Empire period. This must have been aboard Janiki's ship. Another of his finds. And there's an inscription on the casing. I like inscriptions. Give me more inscriptions. This one is a broken piece. I can add my translation to sail to my dictionary now. And stars must be right too. Which means sail beyond the stars. Right? Does sail beyond stars make sense? I'd guess that this comes from the same source as the book and the model that we found in the site of Renba's cache. People must have commonly frequented both the two sites. Well, there's one more. Two more. It must have burned for days. What do we tell Mayari? The truth, surely, mistress. Janiki is gone. This channel comes up from the rock. There must be a wellspring here. Someone dug the channel to carry the water to the building. The spring is dead now, mistress, and you are breathing the last air this moon has to offer. Jiniki is not here, mistress. Neither is anything else. Are you ready to go yet, mistress? Nope, nope. Don't hassle me. We've got one more thing. What is a wellspring, anyway? A source, mistress. Nothing more. A source of what? Commonly, water. Also air. There's nothing we can do here, Six. Nothing at all. There's something carved into the rock here. Another inscription? This one is a broken fragment. Oh god, that one is longer than the entire inscription is. Okay. Water's good. And we already knew us. So water joins us? That would make sense given the rivers in the sky. Yeah. Can your tracks handle this kind of terrain, Six? Excellently. Whoever designed my tracks appears to have had this kind of ground in mind. If I get tired of walking, maybe you can carry me. If you get tired, I will hopper you back to the ship. You are very interested in going back to the ship. Okay, now we can leave. That was the last thing that I wanted to see here. But where do things in this well come from? They come from the well, mistress. I do not understand the question. It'll be dark in there. Oh, can't go in there yet. How do we go back to the ship when 6 isn't giving us the option? I assume that after a while he'll give me the option again. Evidently the building is at least 700 years old. How do you work that out? I have been observing the rate of weathering on the stones, mistress. Extrapolating, this building is older than the founding of the Holy Empire on Iox. You know, 6, back on Iox, they say nothing is older than the Empire. That the Empire and the fall and all that has ever been. If Iox does not believe in history, what is it they think you do? Iox believes in the loop. They believe what has happened will happen again. They think I'm out discovering the future. Interesting. 6. What do you know about the Loop Temple? I know little of the Loop Mistress. The Loop Priests claim that life is a great cycle. They believe that all that happens has happened before. Literally happen? Do they think we've had this conversation before? I believe that is the idea, mistress. Whoop. The Loop Temple is extremely well placed, mistress. They have a lot of money and significant power. They are the heart of the Protectorate. Is it true? The probability of it is incalculable, mistress. There is no meaningful data. I guess, so the entire world is reincarnating. Well, no, the entire world is time looping. Mistress, you may not realize, but the Loop Temple are my owners. But you're owned by the university. By Mayari. Yes, mistress, indeed. You gonna elaborate on that? Or... Okay, that's apparently all we're getting out of him for now. I think we're pretty well set here. We've been slowly finding more and more words. Anything over here? Doesn't look like it. Oh, nope. Okay, no. So 6 is around 1,000 years old. Or at least he was buried 1,000 years ago. Ruins near Mercy used as a hermitage. Crown of Iox was forged. I feel like we need to visit Iox and learn more about them. Because right now... You know, it actually could be separates. I could see separates. Because it's possible that the Emperor ended up being banished here and then lived the rest of his life as a hermit. We've also acquired initial evidence of one more location, an unknown moon. Are you ready to go now, mistress? Let's get out of here. Yup, we can leave. Stand by, mistress. Well, that was a productive trip. Very productive trip. Okay, this is not where I expected to end up. This is not the Nightingale. Six? I hate robots. I hate them. They always do this kind of thing. Right before they give you a speech about how it was for your own good. Mistress, you were about to step on a small ant. My ethical core required me to lock you inside the packing crate. It's cold in here. There you are. Where's your head? Mayari. Professor, is that you? There is no one here. You are quite alone. You might confess your lies quite safely. I'm not Mayari. Mayari did not come. She would not face me. I thought so. She lies. She is not who she says she is. And who does she say she is? She calls herself the highest of the high. She who knows the people, but she is nothing. I know it. She sent me to find Janiki Renba. There isn't time. I found something. Something that matters more than her lies. Tell Lexi there's a great darkness, an all-consuming, hungry darkness, and it is coming. Darkness? There is an ancient place, an observatory. It is watching, and it holds the wires of our fate in its claws. How are you doing this, Janiki? Okay, she figured it out before I did. How are you talking to me? I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're dead. I will find it before the vault is lost. The robots know, but they don't remember. Someone, long ago, made certain they would not remember. Renba, just answer one question. What is the vault? It is the source. I'm guessing he means the source of the rivers. You have my apologies, mistress. I do not understand the question. Well, that was interesting. 6? Yes, mistress. I observe we are not back on the Nightingale. There must be something wrong with the hopper. I will look into it. This way, mistress. How does he know? You don't remember how we ended up in here? Hoppers can misfire due to imperfections, mistress. The eye aboard your ship is quite old. Well, now what? Six. Do you know anything about an observatory? No, mistress. Nothing comes to mind. Why do you ask? So Janiki Renba may not quite be dead. You're a productive trip. But if he's not dead, then where is he? My guess is that he was using 6 as a way to project. So now what? If we can't get back up, shall we try the hopper again, mistress? Do it. Well, let's try it one more time. I feel like maybe we don't go talk to Mayari now. Aboard the Nightingale, we shall sail to Iox and tell Mayari what we've seen. I'm sure she wants to see the crown. Okay, fine. Maybe we go talk to Mayari. But just look at this thing. The workmanship is beautiful. Evidently, it is more than just a simple crown, mistress. It's a symbol. This was Iox's power lost after the fall. To regain it would be a sign that Iox was once more the center. I believe the metal is a casement for a mechanism of some kind. A mechanism? What kind of mechanism? Without opening it up, I cannot tell. Does it open? Not in any way I can see. But if it does contain a mechanism, I would expect a method by which it might be serviced. Oroi might be able to help. She'd be able to open it up and take a look at it safely. The occupants of Elbereth are hardly trustworthy. I'm from Elbereth. I will bear that in mind. Oh. Okay. I see how it is, 6. She looks at home here. She's the goddess from Mercy, isn't she? The actual crown of the Empire. I think so, anyway. I'm going to rest 6. Very good, mistress. Where shall I take her? To Elbereth, perhaps. Back to Elbereth. Yes, mistress. I appreciate that they give you a lot of hints that maybe you don't want to talk to Mayari. Because Mayari might have ulterior motives here. Ooh, what's this? Presumably the small clay figure was made on Mercy then. That seems plausible. Clay being a material derived from a waterlogged mud. The harvest, such as it is. Dried grass, waiting to be taken inside. What is it for? I assume people do not eat it. Animals do. But not people. No. Ooh, anything out here? Those look like giant feet. Stone feet? The slums below are named after these feet. They're the oldest things here. The full statue must have been colossal, but no one knows what happened to it. Good faith to you. Yes? How are the crops? The goddess keeps them strong. Thank you. Be well. Follow me, 6.
The smell of the slums made me feel like a child again. It hadn't been a happy time. A simple one, at least.
Do not touch anything, mistress. These structures might have people, might topple at the slightest knock. It's more solid than it looks. God's feet has been standing for some time. There is too much information here. It is most
The heart
impossible.
of the God's Feet slum was Timor's bar.
Why now? Aliyah Elasra.
Timor had never once set foot inside the upper citadel, or so he liked to claim.
By the turning of the waters, you're back. Timor, you should call me Al. We've known each other long enough. But Aliyah, that isn't your name. Aliyah means exalted, high, great one. It's a good name. So call me El. Do you know what El means, Aliyah? It means moon. You can't be called Moon. Might as well call you Rock.
He was the king of the dung heap.
And are you well? They gave me another robot. Really, Aliyah? You are a danger to the local economy. Some of us have to work for our assets. I don't think I'm going to sell this one. Mistress? But you've upset it, Aaliyah. But all the same, the rules are the rules. Your friend there stays outside. I will wait as instructed, mistress. Oh, it's sad. They must adore you on Iox to keep giving you those things. Or they don't like the robots. Ha! Could be, could be. Timur, do you ever see Orroy? She never comes down here anymore. You two were inseparable once. I caught you stealing my Rocky cask when you were too small to carry it, let alone drink any. Orroy picked the lock with a hairpin. The things that girl could do if she put her mind to it. Your friend by the door there should be afraid of her. I saw something terrible today. The burned out wreck of a ship out in cyclones. It belonged to someone at the university. He died out there. And it could have been you. Easily. Still might. I take some real risks out there alone. And sometimes you wonder why you do it. We all take risks, Elia. Life is a risk. I know. I think I should settle down. Oh, are we going to get the settle down ending? On Elbereth. Wants a shop. There's nothing wrong with a shop, Elia. But you could do more. Even Elbereth has leaders, you know. You're very good held. On the house? This time.
They say rocker is made from river water, that it burns your throat with the cold of space. But it isn't true. Timur knocks it up out back in an old metal bin.
How about some good news then? I have something for you. A scrap of paper. I think it dates from the Holy Empire? It looks like there's something written on the inside cover. Ooh, I like this. That's a new symbol. Actually, there's two new symbols there. This one is stained. So there's this symbol and this symbol. Friend? Citizen. Let's see now. The second word doesn't look like anything I've seen before. Citizen thing, friend. Citizen and friend. Citizen and friend. I should get Huang's opinion on this when we get back to the university. I think this originates from the moon depicted in the Hermitage Wall mural. This should make its location easier to find. You don't want to keep it? I don't know what it's worth, I'm sure. But if you keep buying drinks here, well, that I can put a number to.
He liked me.
You want another Rocky? No, please. Another time. Interesting. That might help. Be seeing you, Timur. Don't be a stranger. Come on, Six. That face. We have one new artifact to consider. Time to depart, mistress. I want to pay a visit to Orroy. Very good, mistress. Why do people live like this? On top of each other? The slums are kept as small as possible to allow as much as possible to grow. There are ancient symbols here. I used to trace them out when I was a girl. Okay, now we have a better idea of what that word might be. Goddess is wrong. Okay. Pray. And pray must be correct too. Enter and pray. It's inviting us in, 6. Cat kiss. Nothing's happening. Set Buyuki Rifar. Merzi? I didn't think that would do any good. Remenya. Is it, what's it saying? Well, that's a bit worrying. Yeah, it has taken against me. The word for the gate didn't work. The gate has simply rejected you. It has indeed. Well, I think that if it's rejected me, I think we go back. Maybe the gate didn't like something I've got with me. I've got this dagger. Maybe the gate doesn't like weapons. Should we try again then? And just discard the dagger? Do you want this? In. The dagger's gone. Is that good? Do you think I'm going to get it back? Set Bayuk Rafar. It's working again. Wow. So, if I remember correctly, these doors are They're teleporters. Or they're a type of hopper. I'll never get used to that.
The market never seemed to stop.
Well, let's go. Gotta visit Oroi one more time. That was clever. Putting something that we don't even think about, such as a gate, as a obstacle. Do we wait?
From the back room, I
There we
heard
go.
a curse.
Elia, what can I do for you? I found something incredible out there, alright? Oh, did you? A purpose for your life, maybe? Can you keep a secret? Alright, fine. Now I'm intrigued. We sailed into the Cyclones and found a moon. A dusty, rocky place, totally deserted, and... Wait. You sailed into the Cyclones? Aaliyah! Are you mad? It wasn't that dangerous. Of course it wasn't. Only an enormous space storm 10 times bigger than Elbereth. Did you even know if there was a river out? I did know. An Ioxian had been there and came back. So whatever Iox can do, Elbereth can do too. Aaliyah, sometimes I just think you really need to get yourself a real life. Mistress, you cannot be intending to give the Emperor's crown to this woman. Yes, I am intending to give the Emperor's crown to this woman. Look at what I found, Oroi. Oroi held the crown gingerly, like it was some kind of injured aminal. By the moons. What are you? The right bulk for a basic power source. There are contacts under the rim. What is this? It's the crown of the Emperors of Iox. I think. Are you serious? You've got the crown of the Empire and you bring it to me? But it isn't just a crown. You want me to take it apart? All right then, I'll take a look. I cannot believe you entrusted such a find to such a person. In such a place. Such an action is almost statistically impossible, but you did it anyway. What's the worst that could happen? That crown is a treasure of the Empire. All Mistress Oroi would likely do is lose it. With no offense intended to Mistress Oroi, that is. I'll let you know what I find. The Cat Cascade? How do you get all your tools and things through it? I had to give it my weapons. Yes, it does that. The best way for you to get around it? No idea. I have a arabesque foil in my arm, so it didn't. Yeah, it doesn't bother me. A what? Never mind. Don't trouble your pretty head about it. You have a foil in your arm? It's not deep, and it's only a small one. Nothing much, just enough for the gate to recognize you. Interesting. Look after the crown, Oroi. Don't let it out of your sight. Don't offer me advice on being cautious, Aaliyah. How many robots have you lost now? How's business? Still slow, but it's not getting any worse. See you when I see you, Aaliyah. Do you think Mistress Oroi can be trusted? I'm sure of it. Oroi's honest. She can't even lie. I'm doing this for the sake of knowledge. I suggest we return to Iox and inform Professor Mayari what you have done with the crown. Shall we leave, Mistress? Yeah, sure. Be ready, Mistress. So we left the surface of Elberath. You know, on second thought, maybe it wasn't the best idea to give her the crown. Well, with the failing business and all that. You know what? Actually, let's go to Mersey. We're gonna go to Mersey and see if anyone wants the goddess. Oh, fine. But then there's... Okay, so there's the Hermitage Moon, which we know about. There's a site of Renba's cache. There's the site from the mural down there. Also an unknown moon in this area. I guess we're going back to Iox. Either of the routes lead to our destination at the next junction, Mistress. Oh, look at all those arrows just going all over the place. We've got a couple of reasons to go to Iox right now. Whoops. What's a arabesque foil? You have never seen the internals of a robot, then? So a foil is part of a robot. Indeed. A rebellic foil is a small scrap of metal inscribed with enormous detail. Like one of your fingerprints. But what's a rebellic foil for? In general, it is for storing information. Think of it as a book with small writing. Are they common? I have no idea. They are minuscule. What is yours for? I do not know exactly, mistress. I have never tried removing it to see what I lose. I guess you wouldn't know what you lost. The University of Iox. I feel like I'm not going to tell her about the crown for some reason. If I can avoid it. But Six is going to, isn't he? Where's Guang? I would like to find that guy. Elia. Tell me, are you still wasting your time on your curious notions of history? History isn't mine. It belongs to everybody. Most of us are decent people, Elia, and do not want it. You should devote yourself to a real science. Metallics, perhaps. Loop philosophy. Not now, curator. I'm busy. Ha! Working for the good of our community, I trust. Good faith to you, Elia. May the waiters light your way. What, waiters or waters? I really hate her. Understandable, mistress. Look at this thing, Six. Did you know it's the oldest thing on Iox? Or so they say. Evidently, it is said to be a sundial, mistress. Was the sundial made here? Yes, obviously, mistress. Curiously enough. Why is that curious? It seems to me this sundial could never have worked, mistress. At least, not in this location. No light? I suspect whoever positioned this here did not realize how it was intended to function. So, how do you know how the sundial is meant to work? It is apparent from the design, mistress. A child could comprehend it. Rude. What do people think of Six so far? Look at this place, Six. It's like a haven of light. It looks modern, but it's ancient. Here and there, bits of the architecture go back thousands of years. I should go and talk to Mayari before I leave. The Tree of Knowledge. Or so they call it. Each branch grows more branches. That is generally what branches do. They branch. That is why they are called branches, with the whole branch and stuff. I went outside the university grounds once, exploring. This is a very beautiful moon. You can tell it was once lush, fertile. There must have been huge forests, lakes, rivers. But they're all dry now. I suppose they cut down all the trees to make the chairs, or ships. What are the chronicles of Mazwai that Huang's always reading about? I believe Mazwai is a pilgrim sailor. She writes about the various places of the nebula, and about how the Great Loop has acted in these places. Mazwai believes in the loop, then? Mazwai is an original source for the hypothesis, Mistress. As much as anything is a source in the loop, Mistress. Master Huang says that the book became common shortly after the establishment of the Holy Empire. How many moons are there in Iox Protectorate 6? At the last settlement, it was 23. Aaliyah, get into my office this instant. Professor, is that you? Get in here or I'll tell the dockers to slash the ropes on your precious ship. Jesus. Apologies for shouting, Mistress. I must replicate tonal patterns when delivering messages. She treats me like a child. The professor recorded that section of message specifically, Mistress. She anticipated that you might stall for time. Really? Elia, you're back. But I don't know if I want to ask what you found. Maybe you don't, Professor. It's not good news. I'm not a child. Just tell me what you saw. He's dead, Professor. His ship blew up as he tried to leave an off-river moon. Interesting. You're certain? You can go and check if you want. The wreckage is still smoking. Did you go anywhere except Mercy, Elia? Renba went exploring off the rivers. He was using fuel to propel himself. That must be how he blew himself up. Renba appeared to be investigating an abandoned hermitage. And you followed him. What did you find there? Apart from the smoke and wreckage. Someone had lived out there once. We found a ruined building. A hermit, I think. Nothing more? No. No, most likely not. Although perhaps Renba found something, and it shared his fate. Professor, I fear Mistress Aaliyah is not being entirely honest. We found some worthless artifacts. A figurine, trinkets. Oh, god damn it. God damn it, Six. We believe it to be the crown of the Empire, but I don't have it on me. I'm afraid Mistress Aaliyah passed it on to a contact in Elbereth, Mistress Mayari. That's a mercenary act, Aaliyah. I always assumed you made a little on the side, but I didn't sell it. My friend's a mechanist. She's just looking at it. So you're going to bring it back to me? Go and fetch it. I look forward to seeing it. Off you go. One last thing, Aaliyah. Tell me honestly. How are you finding your new companion? Are you working well together? I wouldn't say that. Six is petty, rule-bound, and a coward. Which is exactly what you need. Robots are valuable things, Aaliyah. I want to know immediately if anything happens to this one. I hope that's clear. There was something. Yes. On the Hermitage Moon, something went wrong with the hopper, and I found myself in a cave with a robot. The robot talked like Renba, but I think it was actually Six. You think Renba left a message for you? Inside Six? The message wasn't for me. It was for you. What did he say? He told me a great darkness was coming. Professor, you must have known why Renba was exploring the nebula. I did know. At first, anyway. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Aaliyah, but you didn't trust me. You're not the easiest person to talk to. About my beliefs. They were Renba's beliefs too, you know. What beliefs? You understand the loop, Aaliyah, even if you deny it. You understand that everything which happens will happen again, and everything which happens has happened before. I don't understand how you could be so sure. You sound so sure. We live in a nebula built from loops and cycles, day and night, birth and death, present and past. We are the breath of the nebula. This is all common sense. Children understand this. Not everything is a cycle. Knowledge isn't. Knowledge increases, precisely, until knowledge is lost. The fall, Aaliyah. Renba was looking into the fall. Iox fell, Aaliyah. The Empire collapsed. Our protectorate is the Empire of old, and the fall will come again. And if we are not ready for it, we will not survive it. And Renba was investigating the fall. That's correct. Renba found something inside one of his robots. He found the cause. I don't know. The robot told him something. set him to digging up on something on a moon near Elbereth. He hired laborers from the Elbereth markets to do the work. And then I heard nothing until he sent me that brooch. But the robot knew about the fall, Aaliyah. The robots know everything. Renba's great darkness. Did he mean the fall? Of course. Do you know any other darknesses in the nebula's history? I think Renba found something else. Something bigger. Something that affects more than just Iox. Find what Renba found. We have to know what will happen. Professor, have you ever heard anything about an ancient observatory? That's a curious question. It's something Renba talked about. In the message he left for me. To find an observatory. Mistress, I was not aware of this. Interesting. I think Renba must have lost his mind before the end. Perhaps he blew his own ship up. Good faith, Aaliyah. Good faith to you, Professor. Do you believe her, mistress? Do you believe in the loop? Of course not. It's wishful thinking. Or fear. But still, Renba found something. The robot I met on the Hermitage Moon 6. It said something else strange. Yes, mistress? It said a great darkness was coming. What did it mean? What do you think? Master Renba did not lose his life out there without some cause. Perhaps we should return to the ship now, mistress. Not just yet. I want to talk to Huang. If I may, mistress, I detected a certain coldness between you and the professor. She's a total snake. That seems a strong reaction. She's like a mother to me. People always detest their mothers.
The library is a quiet spot to think. Except when Huang's in there, which of course, he always is.
Perfect. Aaliyah, you're back. Did you find Renba? Hello, Huang. Huang? That sounds like maybe you didn't. Did he go native on some wild moon? I've heard there are places where people get up to all sorts of things. He's dead, Huang. Huang. Oh, are you sure? He was blown to 1,000,000 pieces. They'll be washing around the rivers until you and I breathe them in. Oh, but don't. I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know him, but professors, they're supposed to die in soft chairs watching the fountain. I uncovered a book you might want to look at. Let's see now. There's an inscription. I read it as Book of Every Soul. You know, I'm sure you're right on book. What about the other two? Of I know. I'm glad you agree. How old are these books of yours? Some are really old. But not, you know, not ancient. They date back to the first empress or so. Have you found any artifacts you want me to look at? quite a few. I found this telescope. Can I? There's an inscription. I read it as Sail Beyond Stars. Yes, I think you're correct about beyond. Woo, another one. So this is how you can master them if you weren't quite sure. Thanks, Huang. Now, I've seen something similar, if I remember right, that was also inscribed. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. Oh, do I need to talk to you again? Weird. This was marked onto a silver sextant. It was found floating in the wash near Ajax. I don't know if it's related. Oh, good, another one. Maybe we can find something more. This one is a phrase. That apparently isn't the word for every. Interesting. So it wasn't correct. We'll do old instead. Far up free. Free? City's old, sail free. We or I. Does I will sail free work? Do you have anything more like that? Let me see. No, nothing comes to mind. Do you want me to archive the telescope? I'm not finished with it yet. Oh, well, of course. I didn't know you had to find... how you find time to read all these, Huang. Oh, well, I make time, I suppose. I discovered something you might be interested in. Let's see now. There's a fragment of an inscription. I read it as citizen and friend. I don't agree with citizen here. I think my translation of friend might be wrong. Stranger? Maybe? Guarded prey. God. I could still change my mind again, but citizen and God. Thanks, Huang. Do you know of anything about an ancient observatory? An observatory? That's interesting. Let me tell you something I heard about Renaki. Renaki? Where is it? You'll find it on the charts. It's no secret. I know of it, mistress. I was on Renaki recently. I know, me on a boat. You should have seen me. I turned green. What did you do that for? I've got my secrets, Ilya. The curators let me take a few things in trade. Anyway, on the boat there was a trader called Amadou. He was talking, pretty expansively, if you understand me, about something he'd found. Well, you asked me about an observatory. That's what Amadou said he'd found. Well, I've followed worse leads before. Did you know Renba was hiring laborers? No. What for? I wish I knew. Maybe you should ask them. Maybe. There's a market on Elbereth, isn't there? So I'm told. I'm tired of chasing Renba's ghost around. He's important to my Ari, not to me. Read anything good recently? I've been indexing mostly. Elia, about Renba. Did you tell Mayari already? Yes. How did she take it? She seemed almost indifferent. Really? You know, I always thought she didn't like him. He always got the worst rooms, you know. The post-lunch lecture slot and the smallest desk. Maybe she just wanted me to make sure he was dead. Maybe? Oh, dear. That's not very funny at all, really. There's a ton of dialogue in this, and I'm actually genuinely impressed by how well it all flows. The inscribed candle holder. What do you think of this candle holder? Let me take a look. There's an inscription. I read it as bless us. Interesting. I've seen something else like that. I think, and it also had some script. Now where's that volume? Here. It's a sketch of a scratched iron incense burner. It was found while exploring the University Foundation here on Iox. This is the start of a fragment of text. Goddess again. I mean, the only other thing it could be would be... Yeah, that wouldn't work. Maybe not goddess, but instead blesses. Oh, no. Goddess of goddesses. I'm certain my translation for goddess is correct. It's close to bless. So, blessing of the goddess? Do you have any more like that? Let me see. How about this? It was an ornate metal lamp. It was found in an Elberethian something. I've not encountered any of these words anywhere else, but I can still make something out. That's a new one. There's a bunch of new words here. I will survive you? Look there at the... That might be a glyph representing separation. I will remember you. I think that's correct. Do you have any more like that? Let me see. No, nothing comes to mind. I'll take the candle holder to the archives then. Here you go. Good faith to you. I'll be back shortly. That one I don't really have that much of a purpose to hold on to. The telescope I might keep working with. Did we confirm that it was bless us? I guess we did. Let's take a look at the book. Solved, solvable. Oh yeah, the language part is the best part, and I'm just digging through all of the various language stuff that we've done. Hello, Zadok. What's up with you? How you doing? Just updated. Ah, damn. Maybe I should have given that to Huang instead. He probably could have given me an idea of whether I was correct or not. Oh well. I guess we'll wait until he comes back, right? Or will he come back? I still have more things to give to him. Is it Huang or Huang? Oh, is he on his way back? I think he's the only one wearing any orange here. No, never mind. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's coming back. See, I literally could have just waited in there for him. Well, I might as well keep talking with him since we still have more information to give him. Isn't the Protectorate too many moons to manage? There are no threats at present. This no doubt eases the situation. Can I not speak to you more? Elia, good faith to you. I, for some reason, cannot talk to Huang anymore. That's interesting. Don't know why. Okay, so our next visit is to Merzi to return the goddess statue. Yeah, we can go. This way, mistress. And so we left the university. We're unlocking more of the words, little by little. Okay, I'm probably going to take a brief break, grab something to drink, and then we will return. All right, we are back. You really should. That is indeed our next objective. We are heading back to Mersey. Although I am not interested in conversation, so we're going to rest. I appreciate the rest feature. Yeah, we're going back to Mersey.
The soft, wet wind of Mersey hadn't seemed gentle before. I could see it now. Maybe Remba really had liked this place.
Okay. What? What do the moons get out of being in the Protectorate? Theoretically, the support of the Ioxian Guard. But that is largely historical. It's definitely her, isn't it? Definitely. The quality of carving is poor, but there are unmistakable details. Do people from Mersey sail then? Did they live on that Hermitage moon? Or did Renba take the statue with him and leave it there? It is unlikely they sail, mistress. Moons in the Protectorate are mostly without boats of their own. So people aren't allowed to sail? Iox doesn't let them. It is considered safer for everyone if sailing is centralized. People can request transportation if they require it. Iox really is terrified of another fall, aren't they? Understandably, yes, since the Great Loop guarantees a fall is coming. Why are they trying to put it off, then? They will rise again. Why try to push it back? There's something scratched here. The emblem of Iox. I suppose this is where the Meresians leave goods for the Ioxians to collect.
I had the clay figurine with me, in my bag, wrapped up safely in a cloth.
I wonder if they can tell me what it's doing out there.
Everything on Mersey was as we'd left it. The flowers still bloomed. The water still bubbled.
Greetings once more, stranger. Tell us quickly, did you find your man? I found the remains of his ship. The fire in the sky? Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. I didn't know him. I brought you something. Kibenya! Where did you find this? On a distant moon by a ruined house. In the middle of a hurricane. This is a hermit's effigy, given to a hermit when they go out alone, to remind them of the place that gave them birth. See here, she opens. Do you see inside? Oh, that's a long one. Okay. There's a lot here. No good. There's not enough here for me to guess the rest. I'll have to hope I see these sequences again. Does Waters, myself, us, will us work? Nonsense. Can you read it? A child could. Oh. This word, to separate. Oh, well, now I know what that is. And this, to connect. How do you know? Not all that is lost is all lost. We remember pieces. We will put Cabenia back in the well shrine. She prefers the damp. She's been on a long journey, I think. Wait, something fell out. It's here in the grass. Six, is this the Rebesque foil? Foil? Indeed, mistress. Did O'Roy say she had one of these in her arm? Indeed, mistress. The foil is yours if you want it, Dioxean. I hope you find it of value. Good fight to you, good lady. That's nice of them. I have questions. Did Renba hide the Rebesque foil inside the Merzian statue? He left it on that rocky moon to be found, and sent the brooch to Mayari to lead her on a trail to find it. And maybe it's connected to the last emperor's body. But maybe it isn't. But if that was Renba's plan, mistress, why not simply send the foil? Good question. Very good question. We need to find out what's on this foil. Elbereth, then. Yep. Oh. A touching scene, mistress. Should we leave now, mistress? I feel like there's definitely some more stuff on Merzi. I wonder if there's a few new phrases or a few new solvable situations now. Not situations, engravings. Can we translate them? The foil, mistress. I do not immediately recognize where it was produced. I wonder what Renba knew about it. I will triangulate the origin of the foil as best I can, mistress. Let's take a look at... Whoop. So divide and join are correct. Myself will. Waters is correct as well, but I think that Okay, so myself is wrong. I do like this section of the game, just putting together words. Here we go. Okay, what does that actually spell out? So, waters divide us, will join us. Would it be that? That makes sense considering. It was the two words that I needed. Found a metal candle holder. We already translated this one wholly, right? Yeah, it ended up translating to bless us. I don't think this is correct. The stars of home instead. So we actually, yeah, this seems like that's better. Found carved above the hearth. The water goddess blesses the fire. And the ancient crown. Do we have a better idea of what that says? No, we still have to make a bunch of guesses. Empire's rivers of light, we shall sail forever. Okay. A lot of those we know for sure now. What about the dagger? Empire's fire. Wait, what is... Oh, that's definitely wrong then. On Rivers of Light? That makes sense. Because the dagger also has empires, which doesn't really... Oh god, that could be something like on fire or something like that. Or my fire? Water's fire? I don't know. But we already know what waters is, and it doesn't look anything like that. Hard to tell if this one is Emperors Sleep Forever or Live Forever. I think I'll go with Live, actually. I still think this one's correct. This one's fine. Found on the decorative telescope. Sail beyond stars. We already confirmed. Inscribed above the dry channel. Yeah, this is correct because the closest that we get is connect. So it is water joins us. That's what I wanted to check. Okay. I could sail forever. Interesting, mistress. Could you sail forever, or would you run out of sky? I'm going to rest 6. Very good, mistress. Where shall we go? To Elbereth, perhaps. Yeah, let's go back to Elbereth. Assuming the gate lets us through. She's a beautiful ship. I'm lucky I found her. I would say the Citadel is older than the slums. Of course it is. Slums don't last very long. I'm gonna take a bit of a look around outside the Citadel. What exactly is a cat kiss, mistress? It's the name of the inner Citadel, but I'm not sure what it means. There's something under here. A smudged metal oil burner, dating from the early Empire? Oil burning. The glass is the sort they blow here on Elbereth. The maker didn't include an inscription on the base. Still, I think this is from the same place or period as the scrap of paper. In fact, I don't think we've seen anything quite like this oil burner before. Which means this comes from somewhere I haven't previously discovered. Oh, that was worth coming up here. Archeology. Possible to use anywhere. Whoops. Don't leave. We have more things to do here. I do not have much to say to you. Seems weird that they gave a lot of the various individuals just extra dialogue that doesn't actually ever do anything. Well, let's see if the gate lets us in. Interesting that we can translate the words, but we still have no idea what they're pronounced like. Yes? Why don't your laborers escape? Don't be so disgusting. They aren't captives. Besides, Where would they go? This place turns my stomach. I might have ended up like this if it hadn't been for Mayari. I've never understood Professor Mayari. I know she brought me to Iox from here. I was in an orphanage. And now she gives me robots when I keep losing them. I really don't know what she gets out of it. Perhaps she likes to be kind, mistress. Not to the robots, clearly. I'm not convinced. I hope your friend is still here, mistress. I trust her. Ah, Elia. Good. Quickly, come in. That thing you brought in. You've still got it? Of course I do. That is a relief. Just because I live on Elbrit doesn't make me whatever it is you are. Where did you even find it? How? A box on an empty moon. Of all the boxes you could open. The real puzzle is how did it get where it was? The place looked like someone had been living there. Wasn't the Emperor sent into exile when the Empire fell? Don't tell me you found where they sent him. He wasn't around to ask. I think maybe you did it. Maybe you did. Did you ever hear of the Great Forge? A moon used in the early Empire for crafting complex devices. I've never seen anything so obviously made there before. This forge, Oroi. Is it real? Not just a myth. It must have been real, and huge, employing hundreds, maybe thousands of people. Surely the crown was made on Iox. Iox doesn't have the right metals. But did you find out what the crown does? No. I have no idea. I didn't try to turn it on. But you could. Are you serious? It's hundreds of years old. I mean, perhaps if I knew what it was powered by, but if I put the wrong amount of flow through it, I'll smoke the foil. I don't think we'd stay friends. The crown, Oroi. I need it back. And in one piece. Honestly, I'd rather it wasn't here. I'll keep it safe. I found a arabesque foil hidden in a statuette. An old one. Hidden there by someone. You can't get much from a foil on its own. They all work in different ways depending on where and how they were made. Can you tell where this one was made? I doubt it. You're the archaeologist. It's quite something. Too delicate for Empire work. This is either ancient or made an ancient way. In the Empire, they carved these things by hand. They were useless. The ancients were better at making foils? Better than the Empire? Of course. How do you think they made so many robots? Empire foils can barely store a picture. You told me there was a thing I could put on my arm to open the Elbereth gate. What was that about? A revesk foil. Nothing much, just enough for the gate to recognize you. How is the shop working out? Not getting any better. Alright, time to head out. Let's ask the workers again. No. Soon. Not yet. We have one more lead to follow up on. What now? I want to ask about a man named Renba. I don't talk about my customers. So Renba was a customer. If he was, I wouldn't talk about him. Renba's dead. Dead? When was this? Owe you something, did he? Selehua. A man has died, and that's all you say? Life is so short. I shouted at him. He brought one of my men back with a broken arm. I chased him out of the yard. I want to talk to the man Renba brought back. Yeah, Bart, I hear you. You want to hire one of my stock? What's the laborer's name? Whatever you like. How much to ask him some questions? Listen, Salahua. Your Ioxian friend shattered my man's arm bone into 100 little bits. The bits are swimming around inside his skin like hungry maggots. He's never going to work again. Like his leather, you're the last chance he's got to earn himself a meal. So pay your dues. Name a price. Let's see what you brought. I prefer jewelry and weapons. Maybe this? Mistress? Are you at liberty to? Be quiet, Six. Mistress, I have a responsibility to the professor. Problem? Dang it, if we can get that weapon back. I don't have anything for you. A pity. Come back when you're feeling more generous. Ah, dang it, if only we hadn't given the knife. And maybe we'll get it back at some point. I don't know where it went. I just know the door took it. Let's explore Elbereth a little bit while we're here. This must have been very fine once. but it seems to be decaying.
To strangers, the cat kiss is like a maze. But I'd spent 10 years tearing through these alleyways. I could have found my way to Tappy's in the dark.
Tappy's place isn't big, but inside it's a treasure trove. Interesting. Hold it! Oh! But it's you! Welcome back to Elbereth, Moonflower. Give it back, Tappy. Whatever it was you took. I confess I only really saw the robot. But friends, as you know, are friends. So you have no doubt. Yeah. Here's your precious brooch. Do not trust this man. Coming from you. My little spy on wheels. Dearest Aaliyah, one of these days you must find yourself a companion that you like. Now, come on in and out of the cold. It seems as though I will wait here.
Tappy's place was a little museum to junk. Pots and boxes, spoons and hooks and pocket knives.
It's so good to see you back on Elbereth, Aaliyah. The rivers above grow dull when you're not with us.
And at the centre of it all was Tappy, grinning away like a skull in a bodysuit.
Do you have much in stock at the moment? It comes and goes. So, Tappy, who buys all this stuff of yours? Respectable people. And a few Elbereth rats, too. You don't know any respectable people. No, maybe not. Maybe not. I want to show you an artifact. A square of foil dating from the Ioxian Empire. Interesting. I have something of a similar period, I think. Yes, this is it. That's quite the grin. A thick ribbon of paper, empty, but for some curious computations. Oh, this is interesting. Let me think. Those are some long words. God of water. Okay, so... Oh, it's the plant symbol again. I wasn't expecting that. Temple in Withering Palace. withering ground? Maybe? I think this comes from the same side as the square of foil and the dagger I found earlier. This new find should be helpful in pinning down where these were made. This should help us locate the moon where the statuette's ribosque foil had been made. So, you've inspected the goods. The ribbon of paper for the small engraved square of foil. I think we've seen all we need. Thank you for letting me see it, but no. Something else, perhaps, another time. Anything more? Let me consider another time, my fine lady. I'm not going to show him the crown. I found a few more items you might be interested in. Okay. See you later, Tappy. Don't be a stranger to us now. You are in one piece. You still have all your teeth. We have one new artifact to trace. Are you ready to go now, mistress? Oh. Okay, that just goes to Orai's yard, apparently. What was this city built to be? No one knows. Not a lot of people think about the past. Apparently, all roads lead to Orai's yard. Ah, no, I see how this works. Do you believe the workers are ill-treated, mistress? Some will be. Not all. What's up, bud? Yeah. Does anyone want to see a cat? Hold up, I'm gonna go grab a cat toy. All right. I've got a cat in my lap. Cat in my lap. All right. Hold up. Come on, Bart. Don't be shy. Oh, God. No! Off he goes. Into the distance. Okay, back to the game. So, let's see. So we have to go back to the gate to leave. Come on. Out through the gate. For some reason, there's no word for going down. The reason for that seems quite obvious to me, mistress. Waste receptacles flush outwards. Huh. Was it something he said? Let's head for the ship 6. As you wish, mistress. I think it's time to go and take a look at that moon. Mistress, we are receiving a message. It is from Professor Mayari. She's checking up on us? Perhaps, mistress. Aaliyah, where are you? I thought you had 6 tracking me. You overestimate your importance, my dear. Never mind, it's an endearing trait. This isn't a social call. I wanted to let you know that we are having a celebration for Renba here at the university. You don't have to attend, but I thought I'd let you know. I didn't know him. Maybe if you come, you can meet some people. Then you'll be able to attend their funerals in good faith. Wow. Come home, Aaliyah, right away. That is all she sent, mistress. Now, to look at the inscription I found. Can't keep this from Mayari much longer. I'm sure she's desperate to see it. Oh, hi, Des. We're doing fantasy archaeology. I don't really have any better way to put it. It's very pretty. I guess we'll go back to the university. And look at that robot. How you doing, Des? It's been a quiet day, so I'm glad to have someone to talk to. Like, a really quiet day. Why are we... Oh, Renaki is that... So, somewhere around here... There's a site from the mural over here. I guess we can head back to Iox. Savannah's got her new omega-3 shoes. Ooh, nice. I just recently started putting together some new things that Elsa should be getting at some point too, since she doesn't like brushing her teeth. Does she like her new omega-3 shoes? Everything goes to Iox. All roads lead to Rome. What if the rivers aren't natural at all? What if they weren't created by storms or magnetic fields or anything like that? What else could they be? What if they were drawn by a painter with a brush? How would such a thing be done? Imagine a ship dragging flow behind it the way a plow drags a furrow. A tapestry of cloud and smoke. The wellspring drives the flows, mistress. Yeah, that was mentioned earlier, but where are the wellsprings? Don't tell me you believe the wellsprings are natural. They exist in nature, mistress. I'm not sure I really believe that. Is that the cat? I'm guessing that's the cat. But yes, welcome to whatever the heck they call this. Honestly, I find this really cool.
They say on Iox that the rivers flow with the souls of the dead. Anything to scare you to the ground.
Anything indeed. We're not in a rapids, are we? I don't think we're moving fast enough to be in a rapids. That is indeed the cat. Okay. Well, Desolana, would you like a little bit of a recap as to what's going on with this fantasy archaeology game? We have robots and he's okay. What do you think, 6? I believe they are just beginnings, mistress. We're not too late then? I believe our timing to be perfect, mistress. Oh, hey, it's Huang. Aliyah, quickly! My hurry was waiting for you to arrive. We weren't sure you were really coming. No, you really were coming. Thanks, Huang. I will wait here, mistress. Try not to rust. I will lick myself clean, mistress. Was that a joke? Jiniki was a great believer in the loop. Everyone here believes in the loop. It's understandable. No one wants to just die. Don't you have faith in anything? I dig ancient houses out of the dust, Huang. A lot of people have lived and died. The loop didn't save them, and it won't save you. Quiet, now. Oh, hey, Hobbit Launcher, what's going on? Hold up. Also, if I want a curse game, you vote Wobble Dogs. If you want another kind of cool planet survival game, Planet Crafter is in early development and also good. Planet Crafter seemed alright, but I don't know if it has any level of story or if it's just purely survival. You know me. Without a narrative, it's kind of feels pointless. Here she comes. Friends, colleagues, brothers and sisters, thank you for coming. Today, we gather to recommend our brother Jiniki Renba to the waters. Who's the lady? I don't recognize her. I think that's Renba's mother. I wondered if you knew her. She's from Elbereth. There's a lot of people from Elbereth, Wang. Sorry. Jiniki Renba was our friend, our brother, our teacher. For some, a confidant. For others, an inspiration. He has left us too soon, but we trust he will be returned. Renba often traveled to Elbereth to see his family. He was like you in that way. Sure he was. I don't have a family. I'm an orphan. Jiniki's departure is a deep loss to the university. His work here has changed our little community more than the most of you may know. It is in his absence, however brief, that he will be truly felt. She really believes this. Of course. What do you believe?
Mayari paused a moment and then emptied something out of the hourglass.
So Renba begins another journey around the Great Loop. As we remember him, so he sails the rivers above. I never knew my mother. Never? There are a lot of orphans on Elbereth. Perhaps when I grow up, I'll understand why. My mother was a carpenter. She made a lot of the chairs in this place. She's pretty proud of me.
The people began to sing. The words were weird and old. The sound drifted up and away into the nebula. Maybe Renba could hear us. Maybe not. Didn't matter. It was beautiful anyway.
Those that are gone will return. Those that return will depart.
The chanting died away. There were echoes. Then they were gone too.
Friends, thank you for coming. Jiniki will be grateful for your support.
The people began to murmur, then to talk.
Aliyah, a beautiful service, don't you think? My first funeral. Not your first. Interesting thing to say. Good faith. Good faith. Good faith to you. You're Renba's mother? They think he's coming back. I can't understand it. Oh, you're not a believer in the loop. That's interesting. They believe everything is a loop. Nothing to them is ever lost. not people, not events. My son was one of them. In the end, he was happy here. Did you know, my boy? He was well liked. Was he? Such a sullen boy. But I can't believe he's gone. For his heart to stop so young. Aaliyah. So you've met Annette. Mistress Alazra here is one of our most gifted thinkers. Please, I'd like you to just spend some time with my boy. I barely saw him when he was alive. Perhaps we can talk again. Perhaps. Waters carry you, my dear. That was a good speech. It was barely sufficient. But thank you, and thank you for coming. I know you are skeptical of the loop. What is the loop, really? I hear people talk about it, but I don't really understand. It isn't a popular view on Elbereth, I know. People there don't want the future to replicate the past, but it does. Our world is full of cycles. The nebula is itself a cycle. Everything sustains everything in perfect harmony. The loop is why your job is very interesting. The past is important. The past defines us. The stories we tell about the past are what shape who we are. You think you are studying the past, but you are doing much more than that. You are studying the future. Everyone's talking a bit crazy here. We're leaving. I'll see you, Aaliyah. Aaliyah, I will be in my office. I very much hope to see you. Yeah, I suppose we need to show her the stupid crown. Hey, Six. What's up? I am sure Professor Mayori will be most keen to see the crown, mistress. It's quite a find. Bart! Hold up. What time is it? 4:14. Hold up. Who wants to see a cat? There he goes. I've hooked myself a cat, and he won't let go easy. Catfishing indeed. Ban me from all the dating apps because this is what I do. Back to only one cat? What do you mean back to only one cat? Elsa's still around. She's just, you know, being Elsa. And therefore being a prude and not coming in. Bart, on the other hand, will definitely come in as long as you've got something to play. Come here, you big floofer. All right. Oh, whoop. Update your profile to be like those guys holding fish, but you're holding a cat, and put something funny about catfishing in your bio. Oh, no. Dude, that's assuming that I actually use dating apps. I tried it for like a whole 1 week and then uninstalled it. They're not for me. And I don't exactly have any particular urge to reinstall any of them. Oh, man. All right. Now that that cat's been taken care of. Mayari will probably put it on. What do you want to bet that it just causes people's heads to explode? A most interesting observation. Elia. Good faith to you. Oh god, who's messaging me? Well, whatever, whoever it is, they can't message me anymore. Silence the Discord. I really should have that as a sound effect. Holy crap, Dupless is still here. Also, how you doing, Hobbit? How is the things? Can someone give Hobbit Launcher a shout out? I wanted to thank you for coming to the service. His mother appreciated having another Elberethian there. It was the least I could do. I know you didn't know him. Elia, do you have any friends? Huang is a friend. I'm sure Huang would be friends with a desk lamp if it had a nice smile. Still, the boy is honest at least. Professor. Why didn't you tell me what Renba was doing earlier? Yeah. Why did you keep it a secret? Elia, I've always treated you as warmly as I'm allowed. You know that. Warm? You aren't warm. You're saying that to hurt me. But you are my daughter, Elia. You will always be. I'm sorry you don't see it as clearly as I do. I can't be your daughter, Professor. I was born on Elberath. The ladies in gray raised you in an orphanage. I know. Also, hold up a moment. There's a cat. There's a cat. And he's meowing at the top of his little lungs. His little tiny cat lungs. And he just wants to be snuggled. Oh, thank you for the... Oh, Ed! Wow, now everyone's here. Playing a full screen game that has some serious issues with the screen resolution, so you will be lurking. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for speaking up, Ed. I'm thinking that I might eventually end up adding a bonus in Salamanbot for people who've spoken in the last 5 minutes. Yeah. 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 What's going on? Uh-huh. Is that so? When I got Bart, I did not expect him to be a talker. And now he talks his head off. There's a lot of times when I just... Oh, no. No, Envy, no. Why are you doing this? All must be gamified. It's more than just that there's a lot of time when I'm just speaking to myself and there's no one in chat, or there are people in chat, but no one's actually listening. And I would like to be a little bit more involved with the chat. That done dude would be friends with a desk lamp if it had a nice smile. Is that her way of calling him a player? I don't think that he's... Tessalona, no. Why? I don't think that that's what she means at all. I think that he's a little bit simple on the relationship side. Oh, he's real smart. It's just that he spends most of his time in the library. You're fine, Bart. You're fine. And you know you're fine. You know that I wouldn't, like, calm down. Oh. Oh. Escape attempt number 5. Oh, God. You're a wriggler when you don't want to be held. And off he goes. Like, I will pick him up. I don't know how to deal with Bart. Where was I? Okay. Bart, are you going to be quiet? You're getting fed in approximately 30 minutes. Yeah. 30 minutes. What I should do is I should get Bart a bunch of buttons and teach him how to use the buttons. But that requires effort. Where was I? And yet, you are my daughter, Aaliyah, and I only want the best for you. Yes. Is the university flourishing? I think so, Aaliyah. Perhaps one day you'll spend a bit more time here and see for yourself. I've brought it, Professor. Here it is, then. This is what we found on the moon. Do you know what it is? It's a crown. I'm so glad we pay your stipend. But shall I tell you what it really is? Bart just keeps pressing the fuck you button. Because cat. Yeah, it sounds like. Yep. You thought about teaching Savannah buttons, but then she'd know then you know that she'd scream at 2 a.m. Yeah. Yeah. That just seems to be when cats scream. Thankfully, my cats have learned that I will sleep through their screams at 2 a.m., so they've stopped doing it. Elsa used to do that way back in the day, but she doesn't do that anymore. Bart also tried to do that for a little bit, but it lasted even less time than Elsa screams. And now Bart just yells at me before, during, and after food time because he wants playtime all the time. And what he'll do is I will follow him back to the room, like the restroom that I have. I guess it's like a relaxation room. I've set up a den. We'll call it a den. Yeah, so I'll follow him back to the den, and he will just flop down, look at me, and meow once, and then just stare at me, just expectantly. And at that point, he just starts batting at the one of his toys and trying to get me to touch it and play with him, because he's a big play cat. He's very cute, but and he has infinite energy. I have never been able to fully wear him out, but he will race around all sorts of rooms. You say 2 a.m. equivalent for you is 11 a.m., at which point you expect to get up and go pee. It's a device of some kind. My friend on Elbereth could have activated it, but she didn't. 6? She did not, Professor. If this is the Emperor's crown, Iox would never have parted with it. I can imagine you lifting this from the ashes of the last Emperor himself. So, is that it? What's the matter? It's an excellent find. You've done Iox proud. I don't want to do Iox proud. I'm from Elbereth. Aaliyah, this is your moment. Off you go and enjoy it. Okay, fine. You have more books than Huang. Those books are not his, nor are these ones mine. We'll take a visit to Huang. Huang, 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 Wee, Hua, Hua. Hua! I don't want anything to change between us. If I can't be a mother to you, then I understand that. I don't understand anything. Good faith to you, Aaliyah. Be well. Drama. Are you? Well. I don't understand what she's talking about. She can't be my mother. I don't understand why she'd lie. It's nothing to do with me. Perhaps we should return to the ship now. No, not just yet. We have a lot to talk to Huang about. He's got so much information that we can learn. Aaliyah! I don't know what to do with myself. It's a shock for everyone. It is. No one lives forever, of course. Professors have died before. What about you? What are you doing? I had some artifacts. Oh, that sounds good. A brooch found on Iox. That's a nice piece. I've not seen anything quite like it. Can you tell me anything? The symbology is classic Holy Empire, of course. The eagle and sun. Older, more ancient versions have more naturalistic birds. Oh, and it looks heavy to me. Heavy brooches hold up heavy cloth. Light brooches hold up light cloth. So it must have belonged to someone important. The curators will be most interested in the brooch. I have a use for this. Elia, I can't help but notice you seem to keep back a lot of things. Things that belong here in the university, where they will be safe. They're important to my research. They aren't artifacts, they're objects. They have purposes, places, histories. I need them to understand the nebula. Right. Of course. Sorry to, you know. No worries, dude. I get what you're talking about. Here's something that you can definitely keep. Interesting. I've seen something a bit like that, I think. Only this one was inscribed. Now, where is it? I like inscriptions. Inscriptions are good. Inscriptions help me to finalize sentences. I've really got to tidy up sometime. This is the inscription found on a brass lantern. Sorry to imply that stuff that you hold on to is unsafe. Yeah. I'm sure that's not what he means, but yeah. Okay. That's something. We're still trying to figure out a couple of words then. Drown, find, aid. Something in stars. Yourself in stars? Goddess in stars would be the closest. So we know it's not myself anymore. We'll go with city. Do you see the bowl with a mark? That might be a numerical glyph. But that doesn't belong in city. So we will try beyond bless light. Aid yourself in stars? Shaleak, I have the oil burner. Take it. Good faith to you. I'll be back shortly. He does mean that, as it turns out. He walks out of the room, but later comes back. So if we just wait, he'll be back. And yet I still refuse to put Inscription on the vote list. I don't know, man. Every time I look at Inscription, it's just like, it's a hype game. A lot of people are going to be hyped for it. And then they will play it again after the first time, and it's not going to be nearly as good, and it won't hold up. That is a good question. How many wood chips you got? Dupless. You only have to play it once, I guess. He's on his way back. You mean the BuzzFeed quizzes that you haven't actually given me since I added that option? Aaliyah, you waited. Oh, wow. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. He has additional dialogue if you do actually wait up for him. I've made some nice discoveries out there. Let's see them then. What do you make of this iolite crystal? It's very pretty. Renba left it for Mayari on Mercy. Did you find out why? Renba left a trail. I don't know what he's doing out there. You'd best keep it. I don't think the archivists would want it. I'd best get on with some work myself now. No, we got more crystals. Listen, Huang. Why aren't there any books older than the First Empress? I don't know. They're just on. I know you found older. Professor Mayari called me her daughter. I don't know what to think. What's that? That's what I said. But it wasn't a mistake. She was quite clear about it. I'm still catching up here. Her daughter? That's not possible. That's what I said. But she insisted. Mayari had a daughter, but she died years ago. Perhaps she had more than one daughter? Took one to Elbereth, gave it up? Maybe. I mean, who knows what she did? Another thing. How are things here? I've been researching loop text grammar. That's taking all my time. Alright then. Later, dude. Just gonna walk straight through you. Yes, actually. I am now very ready to go. Oh, shit. Oh, well. Time to leave. So what do people think of the robot? Of 6? Yeah, I appreciate it, honestly. There's definitely a case where the game may sometimes be lying to you, and they make that quite clear. I also appreciate that everywhere has both stairs and ramps, so that the robot can get around. It's a little touch that they didn't need to do, but they did. What the heck are you doing here? No, no, no. Come back here, dude. I've seen you before. I've seen your character model. Okay, never mind. Okay, well, we're slowly picking up more words. We've definitely got a couple of very important words down. like several conjunctions now. Conjunctions are kind of one of the biggest flops in language history because each language seems to handle conjunctions differently. Similarly for terminators. Okay. So we can go back to Elbereth, or we can go to one of the ship sites. Well, other times it's more of a, I know what's going on here. Totally. Yeah, sure. Of course. Why is the robot so sad about sailing the ship? I give control to him when he doesn't, when he knows where we're going. Okay, so who's ready to do some real archaeology? We have a site. What if the robot sees rivers differently than the player? I don't think he does, because he does this. He acts like a GPS. The wellspring 6. The air that they pour out of the air we breathe, where does it come from? Where do any of us come from, mistress? That is not an answer. Where did I come from? I hear Bart and Elsa talking in the background. There's Bart's really loud, really high-pitched meow. He goes, meow! And then Elsa's lower pitch, meow. Which is kind of funny. You came from a hole in the ground in Iox. Indeed, mistress. Though I assume I did not grow there. Oop, oop, oh, fuck. Fuck. GPS has failed. Yeah. The arrow is definitely there. Either of the branches lead to your destination, mistress. That's because they both go to the same river. Why is Ghost Wake called that, mistress? They say Ghost Wake is haunted. You know how, according to the Great Loop, the souls of the dead sail the river until they are reborn. Well, the story goes that most of them are asleep. Dreaming of childhood or lovers or big meals, I don't know. It sounds that easy. But sometimes they have nightmares, and then they might wake up. Those that stay awake forever, trapped in the rivers, formless. It's said they gather in Ghost Wake. It said you can hear their helpless cries. Do you believe it, mistress? I find it improbable. I don't suppose it's true. Ghost's Wake has a lot of narrow, winding rivers and thick fog. It's the sort of place where sailors get lost and come back with crazed stories. That's all. Where are we right now? We're about at our destination. I think the site from the mural is around here. Meow! 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 You probably can't hear this, but Bart is doing his darndest to get my attention. It would seem we have not been down either of these paths before, mistress. Meow! Meow! Oh, you cute, adorable feline. I'd hug you, but my arms aren't long enough. I think after we get to the dig site, I'll probably wrap up. Huang told me about a trader. Could it be the one that Renbo wanted to find? I've never been here before. Oh, here's one. I do not know, mistress. A ruin. I would guess it dates from the Empire, mistress.
The robot wasted no time.
I found a charred, precisely written book. Just floating out there. That's a small one. This is the end of a line of text. Well, I know one of them is and. Okay. I think the rest of this is just too long. So. Damn. Okay, well. I mean, soul definitely isn't right. Yeah, that's a thing. Ancient river and song. Yeah, hopefully. Elsa. Oh my. Elsa, come over here. Come over here, Elsa. She's here. She's here for everyone. Hey, chat. Say hello to her.
What time is it? It's literally 8 minutes until you cats get fed. Chill. Look at that big floofy tail. Whoop. She loves having her ears scratched as well. You can tell because she leans into it real good. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Why does it keep going for that? I am not there. I'm nowhere near there. It's kind of cool how the ship looks like a weird plesiosaur with a long, like a big old fan attached to the front of it. Oh my god. Oh, that looks important. That looks important indeed. Reminds you of the ships from the game Atlantis. I could see that, yeah. So Ed, what game were you playing that was taking up all your attention? Something with a bad resolution? The last emperor had drawn a map to this place, but why? Good question.
Of all the sites I travelled to with the robot, most of them seemed lost, abandoned. But this one felt like it had been hidden.
Oh, this place is pretty nice, actually, compared to the other one. Not far, mistress. The path turns here. Thanks, robot. Thanks, Six. The lanterns are all still burning, Six. Are there people here? There is only one living person on this moon, mistress. You. I don't buy that for a moment. Trees. Lots of them. Growing from fissures in the rocks, mistress. The roots will eventually split the slope below us. This whole site will subside. Did someone plant them here? Perhaps. More likely a seed was scattered by the wind. Oh yeah, that's fair. It might have been robots. However, that's a mystery we will have to discover next time. Because I am going to go ahead and wrap up. I'm enjoying this game. This game is immensely pleasurable to just find all the secrets of. Although we haven't really started delving into super big secrets yet. I'm hoping that eventually we'll have a much better idea of what happened to the previous civilization, and more specifically the ancients. Because I'm sure There's some forbidden technology that caused the fall. Alpha Centauri. Whenever you boot that game, tab out of a game or a video plays, the screen resets to grayscales with annoying lines across it. It becomes very hard to see anything. Ah, yes. I've tried to play those games. I also tried to play Masters of Orion way back in the day, and it did the same thing. Okay. Anyway, yes. Thank you, everyone who has been watching, and I really appreciate everyone who's also been talking during this. It is obviously a lot more interesting for me if I have someone to actually chat with. But thank you to also my various Patreon supporters: Tenace Games, Zebgrin, Slime Hunter, Walks with Gorillas, my dad, Kremlin Kev, Desalona, Miss Mango Plays, NBFF, Alpha Mango, Kawok, Veritanium, Molly Copper, and Paper Dupless for continuing to support the stream. If you would like to support the stream, you can do so at Patreon. I actually, it's been a while since I've used this command. Is it info? Yes, it is. Okay. You can do so at Patreon, or you can join the Discord community at that Discord. I also do a lot of writing in relation to the Dark Forest events, one of which is coming up at the beginning of next month. So if you're at all interested in that, I am currently doing a rewrite of the earliest chapters. I also stream on YouTube. Hi, everyone on YouTube. Anyway, yes. Until next time, have a safe trip through the Dark Forest, and I hope to see you all soon. Let me find someone to raid. We will discover exactly who together. Let me refresh this, because last time I attempted to raid someone, the person I raided had been offline for several days. So that's fun. Let's go ahead and raid Naz. Naz is good peoples. Anyway. Laters, everyone.